Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all doing well today. To be honest, I had a bit of a rough morning because, well, I, uh, didn't get as much sleep as I would have liked. And then, ran a bit late making breakfast, so I maybe was, eating, well, a smaller amount than I would usually eat, and I was doing that during the starting up screen. Oopsies. Good thing I don't have, like, ADHD or anything like that. Very functional. But yeah, there's that. I'm here. I made it somewhat on time. So, it'll be fine. So, anyway, hope you're all doing well. Um, but yeah, I'm doing okay otherwise. But yeah, also a bit warm because of, you know, the, uh, the part where I was, like, cooking until a couple of minutes ago. So, yeah, it's warmer in here than it would otherwise be because of, well, I had the oven on, so. But yeah, it'll be fine. I'll get the hang of it. I've been streaming for close to 7 years, I can manage. So. But yeah. Today we're going to be continuing Ultima 7. Last time we, well, actually didn't take too many notes of last time specifically, but I believe we, got everyone swamp boots, which was quite important. Also went through a cave or two, and they ended up being quite difficult. The ghosts seem to be enemies where, like, even if we just get attacked by one ghost, as opposed to, like, 3 or 4, we're kind of screwed at this point. So, going to have to figure out how to fight those, because I don't know. At this point, they're just kind of obliterating our entire party. It's not like we can hire any more people to have an even bigger party, so we need to have stronger members in the party to make that work out. Might be that I need to look more into magic use, because, I mean, we have decent weapons and armor as well, so yeah, I think it's going to have to be magic, because otherwise I don't know what else it would be that I need to work on. Like, even better armor, maybe? But, like, maybe magical weapons? Maybe just raising everyone's skill? Maybe healing potions? But yeah, not entirely sure yet, but the ghosts are rough. I'm not even sure if we could use healing potions during combat, because combat ends up being very chaotic. I mean, the game kind of takes over for the combat section, and it's not turn-based or anything, so it's just kind of, well, a big old mess. And it also seems to be somewhat randomized, so it feels a bit similar to fights in XCOM, how you can have completely different outcomes. It's just kind of RNG what ends up happening, even though the computer is, like, doing both sides of the battle. So, yeah. Maybe I need to save scum more, but I don't think we've managed to kill one ghost at this point. Maybe we don't need to deal with the ghosts until way later in the game. Who knows? Maybe there's, like, a specific weapon that ghosts are super sensitive to. We'll just have to figure it out as we go along. Another thing I kind of need to figure out is I haven't read the manual yet. And stuff like ghosts are listed in the manual, so maybe I should take a closer look at that manual and actually read it all the way through from start to end So maybe that's what we're going to be doing today, because, like, I'll open up the manual and just see what it says about ghosts specifically. Because maybe it says something very important about how to defeat ghosts. And if it does, then I think we're going to have to read the entire thing. If it just says ghosts dangerous, then, well, because I know that much. So, Ghost. This magical spirit of the dead has the power to move through solid walls and has been known to use magic. It can appear anywhere, but tends to frequent graveyards or places significant to the life of the deceased. Yeah, it doesn't really tell you how to defeat them. It doesn't even say they're, like, super deadly. So, I mean, we should probably still read the entire manual, but it seems like the enemies section won't necessarily be super helpful in terms of tactics. I mean, like, the alligator, for example, just says, this vicious man-eating creature lives in swampy terrain, can inflict heavy damage with its bite and tail. I mean, yeah. But we're doing pretty well killing those. There's apparently giant bats and giant bees, but also birds, which are apparently not openly hostile, but will probably attack if provoked or frightened. Okay. So, it's not even just, enemies, it's just all creatures other than humans, I think? I'm not seeing humans be listed in there. Are gargoyles going to be listed? Yes, they are. So, yeah, it seems any non-human creature is going to be in that list. I mean, useful enough. But yeah, it also says stuff about weaponry, armor. It doesn't say stuff about magic, because I think we need to learn more about that. Yeah, it does. So, it talks about spellcasting, magical spells, linear spells. So, there are spells that a mage will immediately be able to learn upon completing his apprenticeship. These are linear spells. And then the circles of magic are the ones that are level-based. But I mean, that kind of just means that the linear spells would just be level 1 spells. But they also have the first circle as a separate thing. Maybe the linear spells are just ones you automatically have in your spellbook. I don't fully know. Anyway, let's start up the game, because that way, at least while I'm going through the manual, I'll be able to check things. Because checking things is probably going to be useful, at least for stuff like linear spells. Like, are those just the ones I already know? Because they might be. Alright, just going to skip the entire intro today. And main menu is loading. There. And journey onwards. I do like that it just loads the most recent save. Of course someone's hungry. Who is it? Who's starving now? Okay, Sentry is hungry. Would be nice if I'd at least get better at seeing who's saying the different things. So in this case, mainly the, I'm hungry, because, yeah, they keep on repeating it, but they're not really making it clear who's saying it. So it seems at this point it is Sentry and Shamino. Interesting how Shamino is labeled as Shamino and Sentry is labeled as Fighter. And YOLO is labeled as YOLO. Spark is labeled as Spark. That guy's just labeled as Ranger. And I'm labeled as yourself. Okay. So, let's get people fed so they stop complaining. There. I don't think the manual is going to teach me how the food works, but I mean, maybe it will. Would be nice if it does. So, Awaken, Weather, Douse. Are those the ones that are listed as being linear spells? Awaken. Weather, yeah, that one's listed. Douse is listed. Fireworks is listed. Glimmer is listed. Help is listed. Ignite is listed. Oh, fine, those are just the runes, but I guess they're all color-coded. But this one is black, just like the text, so that was a bit confusing. And Thunder is also listed as a linear spell. So Awaken is just awaken unconscious or sleeping creatures. Douse is extinguish any small non-magical fire. So, not going to be quite as helpful as it might have been if it also did magical stuff. So, like, it would have been nice. Fireworks. The spell creates an impressive display of multicolored moving lights. When the mage becomes more experienced, he can use these lights to frighten his enemies, sometimes causing them to flee. Interesting. Glimmer. Spell creates a small light source that lasts for a short period of time. Help. Resurrects the mage and his party. Teleports them to Lord British Castle, where they will be fully healed. Remember that this spell is usable only once by any mage. So I think in the previous game, the spell Help was not resurrect the party, it was kill the entire party. And then they get resurrected by Lord British. So in this one, it's resurrecting and teleporting. Wonder if it still means that they lose experience or something like that. Ignite generates a tiny missile of sparks that it can ignite flammable material. Okay, so we can start fires. I mean, last time we did also see that fires can actually, like, spread. So that's gonna be a thing. Thank you for the sub. Hope you're doing well today. So... I'm not sure if it officially just cast itself, but I know that you can manually cast it, and I did that once and then regretted it. I think I was able to restore the previous save, though, so I think I was fine. But, yeah. Thunder. The spell causes a single thunderclap to be heard, as if a terrible storm is imminent. I don't know how that would be useful, other than, like, I don't know, maybe it would cause an avalanche? Like, maybe scare off creatures, but it doesn't say that. So, the description is being a bit vague about how that spell might be useful. And, weather. Spell can create a storm or cause an existing storm to stop. So I can cast Thunder, and then cast Weather, and then just start a thunderstorm for the heck of it. Neat. So... let's see. I mean, probably we'll read the entire manual in sections, not just starting at the beginning and then reading it all the way through in one go. So... let's start with the well, the start of the history section, or fine, I guess that's the introduction. I'll start on page 1. Okay. The Book of Fellowship, as written by Batlin of Britain. So he doesn't have a proper surname, it's just of Britain. But I guess none of them really seem to have proper surnames. Salutations to the traveller. Good morning to thee, gentle friend and traveller. No matter what time of day it might be when you're reading this, no matter what the hour of the clock, I say good morning to thee because this very moment brings to thee the coming of the dawn. The dawn, as everyone knows, is the moment when illumination comes. The dawn marks the end of the long dark night and a new beginning. It is my humble hope that these words may be for thee a dawning, or at least a type of awakening. Oh wow, he's so humble. So very humble that he's just going, yeah, all your life before this point was basically nighttime, and I'm turning on the lights by writing this book. Sure. I call thee traveller, no matter if thou hast ever left thy hometown, no matter if thou wilt ever again leave thy room, because all of us are travellers. I call thee traveller, for truly all of us travel a spiritual or philosophical path, even if it is simply by living the life that we choose to live, or by searching for a new life when our current one fails to satisfy our needs as thinking spiritual beings. It is past time that I introduce myself to thee, gentle friend and traveller. My name is Batlin, and indeed I have been following this quest all my life. It has been a long road, but the rewards have been beyond measure. If thou wouldst permit me, I would much wish to appreciate... I would very much wish appreciate sharing these rewards with you. I'm confused by that sentence. Good. Next chapter. The Story of Batlin, Part the First. There's much that I've set out to tell thee in this book. Some small part of it involves my own personal story, as that is the least important part of this book. I shall quickly relate my tale first. Gentle friend and traveller. In that way, we shall soon have it over with, and then be free to pass on to more important concerns. I was born in the forests surrounding the city of Yew, and educated in the traditions of the Druids. Having been raised in the city of Justice, I was taught to always strive for fairness in dealing with others, and these teachings left a lasting impression upon me. But while I found trees, birds, and moons to be very beautiful, I determined to dedicate my life to the service of people. So it was, I left to seek my fortune in the world. This was a time when overlooked British objections, unruly lords waged war against each other, so there was little else to do but become a fighter in the city of Gelom. I regret killing, although much of what I did helped bring peace to our land once more. I learned well how to defend myself and find the courage one must have to survive in battle. I'm going to increase the text size of this because I'm struggling to see it. Anyway, there's just a lot of text on these pages. Where was I? I learned well how to defend myself and I learned well how to defend myself and to find the courage one must have to survive in battle. There we are. I also learned respect for those of valor who earn their wage by combat. Eventually, those little wars ended, and I found myself penniless and without a trade in the capital of Britain, in the capital city of Britain. I became a bard, simply because a bard was needed at the Blue Boar. There were none about, and I had the loudest voice. Good. Never had I considered myself to be musically inclined, but it was a fair alternative to starvation. My voice was painful. My mandolin strings would break rather than let me stroke them. After much heckling and many a thrown bottle, my talents did slowly develop. As the years passed, I began to feel the deep compassion that bards know when singing of heroic deeds. I discovered that sharing a spiritual rapport with my audience was very moving. Several of my ballads are still sung today. Good thing he's being very humble still. Although, by tradition, the player will no doubt take credit for composing them himself. Of course. Yeah, every ballad that's sung in Britain is secretly written by this guy. While in Britain, I met two remarkable individuals. They were twins, Elizabeth and Abraham. So those are people who are part of the main quest, I believe, because they were, like, collecting money from the guy who got killed. Anyway, they were also well-versed students of philosophy, and many were the hours we spent in discussion and debate. We did raise our voices on occasion, gentle friend and traveller, but that did not prevent us from becoming fast friends. Although I would never presume to intrude upon their privacy by revealing the fascinating details I learned about them and their lives, I will say that they play a truly significant role in the part of this book. That is my story. A mage from Moonglow who had heard me perform came to offer me employment as his assistant. Magic has always fascinated me, and so I became his apprentice. So a mage from Moonglow went, "You can't sing well, become my apprentice instead." Okay. I will always remember his teaching that if I was to successfully commune with the invisible world without lapsing into madness, I must ever retain my honesty. If one is to live outside the laws of reality, one must first be honest. He taught me well. It was with great sadness that I ended my studies in the magical arts when my master, who was most elderly, passed away. So he doesn't say who his master was, but a mage in the town of Moonglow. It's not like they are like the town of mages or anything like that. So that sure narrows it down. While drinking at the Blue Boar soon after his passing, so he wasted no time travelling way back from Moonglow to Britain, Elizabeth, Abraham, and I decided that we needed something to which to dedicate our lives. On a youthful whim, we made a pact that we would go our separate ways and spend the next decade travelling throughout the land and to find adventure, and to find ourselves as well. We agreed to reunite at the Blue Boar in exactly 10 years. Our departure was exciting yet melancholy as my life began a new chapter. Good thing he's not, like, going to be writing half of this book just about his personal story, because the next chapter is still his personal story. Like, I'm quickly going to check how many of these 48 pages are just his biography. So it starts on page 2 and then continues until well, I guess, yeah, until page 11. Yeah, that's a very short section about his life in this 148-page book, isn't it? Just a quick summary. The rest is unimportant things like, you know, the history of Britannia or like how the game works. On the road leading out of Britain, I met a man bent with age, but still possessed of keen wit. As we walked, he shared with me his tale, and I in turn shall share it with you. During a stroll through the woods one day, this man was kidnapped by a group of vicious bandits. The poor man had just left his nephew's family and had no one else in the world. Woe to them who have been kidnapped, and they have no one to pay their ransom. The bandits soon began to loathe their captive and did make plans to kill him. One wanted to hang him, while another wanted to stab him. So many choices. However will they choose? Still another wanted to burn him at the stake, while yet a fourth wanted to tie rocks to his waist and throw him in the river. So many choices. Anyway, so angry that they wax in their disagreement over what manner of violence to use, that they did break into an awful bloody row. And so it was that this old man did escape from the bandits who were distracted by their brawling, or with their brawling. Upon noticing their victim was gone, they continued to fight, this time over whose fault it had been, until all of them lay dead, murdered by each other's hands. Very convenient. This old man was later reunited with his nephew's family, and all were joyous for it. For, as he had learned, unity is essential for survival, and unlike those reckless bandits, he still wished to live for a good many years yet. So, I guess that's the justification for why unity is a big part of the Fellowship. The Story of Batlin, Part the Second. My travels took me to Trinsic, and there I encountered a group of men at arms with whom I became most impressed. Many fighters I've known were men of valorous heart on the battlefield, but of it little more than thugs. These men were not mere fighters, but paladins. They were all skilled swordsmen and expert horsemen, as well as learned scholars and perfectly mannered gentlemen. Above all, they were devoted to the preservation of honour. It was with eager gratitude that I accepted their invitation to join them. The following years were filled with excitement as we journeyed through the land, righting wrongs and helping those in need. During one of our adventures, I was injured and forced to remain in Minnoch, while my companions rode on. A healer there told me that without the proper treatments, for which he charged outrageous prices, I would most probably die. I angrily sent him away. After a time, I did mend. I had learned that the healing process takes place mostly in one's mind, and have since placed no trust in healers who greedily prey upon the afflicted. Sure. Yeah, just think yourself out of any illness, that's gonna help. At that time, the town of Minnoch was in need of a tinker. As I healed, I supported myself by fixing, building, and inventing things. I'd never before realised how much a town is relied upon its tinker, nor how appreciative the local townspeople are of those who sacrifice themselves to continuously solving the problems of others. So welcome did they make me feel that I stayed for several years. Then, filled with the urge to roam and longing for the outdoors once more, I joined a band of rangers in Spiritwood. Rangers are deeply spiritual people. Living with them reminded me very much of my druid childhood in you. With one big difference. These rangers drank the most wonderful wine I've ever tasted. The bottles came from the old winery at Scarabray. having survived the terrible fires which had ravaged that island. Later, I made a pilgrimage to the desolate ruins of Skara, and there I had a spiritual experience so profound that I have vowed never to relate it to anyone. Got a feeling that maybe he communicated with the guy with the red face and the villain laugh from the startup thing. That. Well, thank you. Anyway. So, yeah, I don't know if he has any specific ties to Scarabray. I think he might be a gargoyle, but I'm not entirely sure if he is. It might just be, well, he might just not even be a, like, proper, like, being. He might just be, like, some disembodied entity who's just controlling everyone from behind the scenes. Anyway, leaving their band, I gave away all of my possessions, and for months I wandered aimlessly. Eventually, I arrived at New Magintia, where I sought employment as a shepherd. How is all of this happening within 10 years or less than 10 years? Because for several of the jobs he had for several years at a time. I mean, if several means 2 years each time, then it would probably work, but otherwise... Oh well. Most of the following 2 years, so another 2 years of being a shepherd, was spent in perfect solitude, living in complete humility. It was an experience that left me significantly changed. When I noticed that 10 years had almost passed, I began to journey back to Britain. But yeah, how did he manage to, like, have, like, 5 or 6 completely separate jobs in 1 decade? The Two Brothers and the Trickster. On the road back to Britain, I noticed a small mine being worked on by 2 brothers. They greeted me suspiciously, but eventually shared with me their tale, and I shall share it with thee. Their father died and left them a map to some unclaimed land that contained valuable minerals. By law, a claim can only be made in one name, and this led the brothers into conflict. One brother was the eldest, the other was more worldly. Both wanted the claim. They became so fearful that the other would make the claim that each spent all his time spying on the other. No work was done. One day, they met a stranger who said he was a mining engineer. They did not trust him at first, but he assured them that their claim was too small to be of interest. He was on the way to stake a much larger claim. The stranger turned their heads with tales of riches they could have, replacing their distrust with avarice. I'm not actually familiar with that one, but anyway, I guess like admiration or something is probably the translation, or well, not translation, would probably be a synonym for that. Anyway. The brothers asked the stranger to make their claim for them, and went back to working their mine. They worked without stopping for months, and afterwards travelled to the mint to sell their ore. At the mint, they learned the stranger had staked their claim in his own name, and then sold it outright for a fortune. As the brothers had taken ore from land they did not own, they were sent to prison in Yu for many years. Their sad fate taught them to be more trusting of each other, for a man who does not trust his own brother is always vulnerable. After hearing their tale, I went to the mint, for I was curious which of the 2 brothers held the claim to their new mine. What? Because, like... Which of the two brothers held the claim to their new mine? But wouldn't it... Didn't the other guy claim it and then sell it? I don't get it. I tried to guess and was quite surprised when I saw the answer. It was in the name of their father. So I guess they own the mine, but not the mountain? But very confused. Greed. Okay. Fine. Well, thanks for looking it up. The creation of the Fellowship. I was overjoyed when Elizabeth and Abraham both arrived at the Blue Ball safe and sound. It was a splendid reunion. The tales they told me were truly astounding. Gentle friend traveler. But as I have mentioned, I do not wish this tome to be an intrusion upon their privacy. Not all of our memories were pleasant ones. Most of the people of Britannia, it seemed, were more interested in helping themselves than in helping their fellow person. As travellers, strangers wherever we went, we had become used to the cold eye of suspicion upon us. Everywhere there were people who expected something for nothing, as if owed a debt by the world. Most of all, each of us had met many people who were fundamentally unhappy. Everywhere there were people who knew that they needed something in their lives, gentle friend and traveller, but that they had no hope of finding it. The three of us had learned much of history. There was once a time when life was infinitely more fragile, but was cherished much more dearly. We yearned to recapture that aspect of Britannia's former glory. After much discussion, we decided to found a society called the Fellowship. At this time, I was also conceiving what would become its philosophy. But that will be discussed further in another chapter. It was Abraham who suggested that I propose the Fellowship to Lord British. I agreed, little realising the task I was undertaking. So the next chapter is the ratification of wise Lord British. And it even has, like, pictures of Battling, like, going through his adventures. It's at the start of the different chapters, so... yeah. They look like, I guess ink drawings? Anyway. It was with much anxiety that I stood before the throne of wise Lord British. I was in a long line of subjects as our lineage made... as our liege made numerous pronouncements. Although I had been waiting for hours when I at last had my audience, I still felt unprepared. His unwavering glance fell upon me. I said that I had a modest proposal. My colleagues and I sought to establish a philosophical society known as the Fellowship. Lord British asked me who would see the benefits of this fellowship. I replied that no one would benefit from it, for it would not be run for profit. They are collecting a lot of money though, so wonder where all that money goes. With a word, I was dismissed. I found myself leaving the throne room before it had even sunk in that I had been refused. By the look on my face, Elizabeth and Abraham knew I was not the bearer of good news. In discussing the matter, Elizabeth suggested that Lord British had desired a tribute from us. If we could present an impressive enough tribute, he would grant his favour. After a time, we raised 1,000 gold pieces by selling nearly every possession we owned. With renewed confidence, I returned to the castle. This time, there were several workmen with me to carry the chests of gold that were our tribute. As I reached the front of the line, I spoke boldly. I said that I wished to discuss the Fellowship, but first wished to present Lord British with suitable tribute. With consternation, I realised I had spoken before Lord British had finished reading an important-looking scroll placed before him by one of his advisors. He signed it as he spoke, not even bothering to look up at me. First he ordered my workmen to remove the boxes. Then he ordered the workmen to remove me as well. Angrily, I stormed from the throne room. Once more did I face my two friends. We were most disappointed. The dream we shared now seemed to have no hope of becoming reality. I spent days somberly brooding over my failure. One morning found me so completely lost in my thoughts that I did not hear the passing beggar approach. When at last I noticed him, he spoke. A coin for one denied the rewards of worthiness. The illumination was pure and instantaneous. He thought I had gone mad when I gave him my chest of gold. I ran back to the palace as fast as I could. At first Lord British would not see me, but I implored him. He looked me over and seemed to say something different about me. He listened as I spoke. Our society, the Fellowship, will be a union of spiritual seekers that shall strive to bring unity to our fractured society. We will promote trust and understanding among all the people of Britannia. With your approval, our society will teach one to seek worthiness rather than mere personal reward. To that end, I seek your recognition of the Fellowship. After a long moment, Lord British replied, Batlin, thou dost know the meaning of perseverance. I care not for what thy fellowship dost wish of me, and I care even less for what thy fellowship would seek to do for me. But if thy fellowship would seek to serve the subjects of my land, then my support for thee is unequivocal. So, basically, they just annoyed him until he agreed. Thus was born the Fellowship. Yeah, exactly. So, interesting how they keep on bragging that Lord British, signed off on this. Meanwhile, they had to ask 3 times, and the last time he was basically going, fine, I guess, just leave me alone already. The value of virtues and the virtue of values. In creating the Fellowship philosophy, I had no intention of cobbling together a collection of platitudes that would be presumptuously intended as a replacement for the 8 virtues of the Avatar. Sure. I knew there would be those who would accuse me of doing just that, no matter what philosophy I developed. I mean, I hereby wish to state that the Fellowship fully supports the 8 virtues of the Avatar. As one who has endeavoured to follow their example, I can personally assure thee of their immeasurable worth. But as one who has followed the 8 virtues, I know whereof I speak when I say that it is impossible to perfectly live up to them. Even the Avatar was unable to do so continuously and consistently. Can anyone say that they have been honest every moment of every day in their lives? Can anyone say that they are always compassionate, valorous, just, sacrificing, honourable, humble, or spiritual at all times? The philosophy of the 8 virtues does little more than emphasise our own personal deficiencies. I've met many adherents to the ways of the virtues who are racked with guilt over what they perceive to be their spiritual failures, for that is what the virtues are based upon. Having been shown our weaknesses, now is the time to strengthen them. The philosophy of the Fellowship has been created to eradicate the failures from one's life. It is a philosophy based upon success, and it enhances everything that has come before it. The Fellowship philosophy can be expressed as 3 values derived from the personal experiences of my life. They are known as the triad of inner strength. So he's going, sure, I'm not against the virtues, but also nobody can follow them and they're awful and nobody should even try, and why don't we just stop using them? Yeah, he's very positive about them. The Triad of Inner Strength. The Triad of Inner Strength is a rigorous mental discipline. It takes concentrated effort to apply this triad of values to thy life. But in doing so, thou will see a change in thy life so significant that thou shalt no longer be able to look at the world in the same way again. Good thing humility is not part of the triad. The first value of the Triad of Inner Strength is expressed as strive for unity. People apply this value to their lives by working together to achieve that which shall benefit everyone in a state of mutual cooperation. We've seen by the parable of the old man and the bandits how unity is essential. Wait. Didn't he say he actually met that guy? But now it's a parable? So he just made it up? Because I'm pretty sure, like, generally the word parable refers to, like a fictional example to, like, illustrate your point. So, like, how in, some, like, myths and stuff, like, they have, like, a specific moral that they're trying to teach. So, anyway, apparently he made up all the people he left, or he met during those 10 years. But yeah, as far as I know, like, generally they're not, like, they're not an accurate, like, historical account when you call something a parable. You, like, just use that to illustrate your point. Anyhow. But yeah. We've seen by the parable of the old man and the bandits how unity is essential. If we're not working together, then we're certainly working against each other. The second value of the Triad of Inner Strength is expressed as trust thy brother, which is... The parable for that one is pretty literal, considering it's two brothers not trusting each other. People apply this value to their lives by dealing with others without accusations or suspicions that limit others and themselves. We've seen by the parable of the two brothers and the trickster just how vulnerable lack of trust makes one. Yes, it is. Yes, this is written by the guy who wrote all the ballads and also says that in 10 years he figured out the secret to life because he had a bunch of jobs and just travelled around a bunch. And then he nagged British. He nagged Lord British a bunch of times to be able to basically start a club with his friends. That guy. So. But yeah, for some reason he just casually takes credit for every single ballad ever written. So. Without trust, we restrict ourselves from that which we wish to accomplish. The third value of the Triad of Inner Strength is expressed as worthiness precedes reward. People apply this value to their lives by placing a greater emphasis on their accomplishments rather than on personal gain. We've seen by the parable of the ratification of wise Lord British that one must not expect something for nothing. Blindly chasing rewards is a path that leads nowhere. The last one feels even sketchier than the rest, though. Like, how is that supposed to tie together? The philosophy of the Fellowship. The scholarly name for the Fellowship philosophy, which I did not personally coin, is sanguine cognition. This is merely an important sounding way of saying cheerful knowledge, and that is as accurate a description of the Fellowship philosophy as any I can imagine. As long as one maintains his confidence and hopefulness, one is continuously open to the opportunities that perpetually exist in life. I firmly believe that, gentle friend and traveler, and thou should believe it as well. Yeah, I thought it meant blood. Like, wouldn't sanguine cognition would be like, I don't know, bloody thinking or something? As opposed to cheerful knowledge? I mean, bloody thinking sounds like a very strange philosophy. Anyway. Yeah, cheerful to a murderer. So, as long as one maintains his confidence and hopefulness, one is continuously open to the opportunities that perpetually exist in life. I firmly believe that, gentle friend traveler, and you should believe it as well. Without confidence, one does not perceive the world correctly, and hence one misses opportunities. The sad state of favored reason currently holds the majority of the population in its icy grip. It also means optimistic and positive. What a weird word to mean both of those. Yeah. Such favored persons begin to adapt illusory notions to their thinking and entangle themselves in twisted, conflicting emotions which reinforce their failures. These sad people become afraid of themselves. They begin to believe that they will fail, and that this belief can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Such a favored person, whether he realizes it or not, desperately needs to recognize that the world is not a tangled knot of failure. The entire process of thought needs to be permanently fixed to a confident nature. Such a person needs to find the best in himself and accept his basic worth. This is rarely an easy task. It requires a reflection upon oneself that can be emotionally painful. But as we say in the Fellowship, sometimes one must face harm in order to find healing. Upon achieving recognition, one will follow his own inner voice of reason that will guide him through life and help him avoid failure. Yeah, sometimes you must face harm in order to find healing. Except the cult that seems to be murdering people. I don't think they're finding healing from the being dead. One of the most difficult things to accept is how reliant we are upon others. We fear the rejection, the real or imagined hidden motives, and the potential deceit of others. Accepting our inevitable reliance upon the others as an integral part of our role in this world requires the courage to walk on fire. To achieve the recognition necessary to break free of the fever, one must dedicate every fibre of being to accomplishing that end. We of the Fellowship travel that path, and I extend my invitation to thee, gentle friend and traveller, to join us. Together, we shall reach our destination. Great. But yeah, that was the first 11 pages of the 48-page manual. And then the next, how many pages was it? There it is. So, the next 7 pages are about the history of Britannia as told by the guy who wasn't there for it. So, I mean, at least I'll start on this one. We'll see how it goes. A reinterpretation of the history of Britannia, being in part a collection of historical facts with a modern interpretation thereof, supplied by the author, Batlin of Britain, who technically wasn't even born in Britain. Ancient Caesarea. Long ago, before the formation of the Kingdom of Britannia, the land was known as Caesarea. It was little more than a multitude of warring city-states and feudal fiefdoms. The people of the land suffered for it. It was wise Lord British, then ruler of the city-state of Britain, who eventually brought the land and the people of Caesarea together. The Ages of Darkness. The Ages of Darkness are well named, for they were a time when dark terrors walked the land. May also be said that during the Ages of Darkness, the peoples of Caesarea were the furthest from illumination, for this was truly a time when spiritual pursuits were at their ebb. The tale that is called the First Age of Darkness. The beginning of the First Age of Darkness is marked by the coming of a sorcerer named Mundane. The father of Mundane had refused to share his secret of immortality with his son, and their disputes ultimately led to the father's death. Sounds like the father didn't actually have the secret to immortality. Torn with anguish and no doubt by his fears of persecution, Mundane turned his dark powers against the kingdoms of Caesarea. In desperation, Lord British called forth a champion to rise to the defence of the realm. The hero who responded to his summons would many years later come to be known as the Avatar. It was through the actions of this avatar that Mundane's foul gem of power was shattered, and Mundane himself did come to a very sad end indeed. True, if he had used the secret to immortality, it wouldn't have been that secret anymore. But also, how do you know if the secret to immortality works if anyone who even knows about it dies? The tale that is called Revenge of the Enchantress. The triumph of the Avatar did not last long, for in slaying Mundane, he brought the wrath of Minax down upon the land. Minax was the young lover of Mundane, and a sorceress with magical powers even greater than Mundane's. So basically, Batlin is blaming the second Age of Darkness on me. Good. Even though Lord British was the one who asked me to do that. Obviously my fault. She had the power to command legions of foul creatures, and in her quest for vengeance over the death of her lover, she brought much misery to the people of Caesarea. Again, the hero who would come to be known as the Avatar returns to Britannia in the first recorded use of the Moongates. The Avatar slew Minax's minions and did eventually destroy her as well. While there have been speculations as to the motivations of the Avatar, there's insufficient evidence to show that the Avatar was driven to violence by jealousy over Mundane's romantic involvement with Minax. That being said, such theories are hereby denounced and should not be given consideration. What now? So the entire history section is just gonna be, actually, why did anyone ever trust the Avatar? Just, like, making himself out to be the new hero. Neat. The tale that is called Exodus. No one in all of Caesarea, not even the Avatar, could have realised that by ending the lives of Mundane and Minax, the Avatar would be orphaning their only child. The name of this unusual child was Exodus, and he was neither machine nor human. Exodus rose from the bottom of the great ocean to carry out a campaign of revenge and destruction against the land of Caesarea. So terrible were the forces unleashed by Exodus that the hero, whom we would come to know as the Avatar, required the assistance of a mysterious being known as the Time Lord to thwart them. And thus it was that the Avatar did deal with Exodus in a similar manner as he dealt with his mother and father. Since that time, much speculation has been given to the potentially immeasurable good such a creature as Exodus could have brought to the land had he been persuaded to become beneficent. But I wish to formally disagree with those who say the Avatar should have handled the situation differently. Yeah, sure, like some people might say you're a huge failure and like that you've done everything wrong ever, but I totally disagree with those people. But I do want to bring it up just in case. Just need to cover all my bases. Like maybe the Avatar caused every single issue in all of Britannia ever, and also orphaned a machine human hybrid. The Avatar's obviously not bad, right? No. The people who say that are clearly mistaken. Very interesting spin on this. The rise of Britannia. After the smiting of Exodus, the people of Cytherea, who lived in terror during the onslaught of these evil magical beings, did unite together as a measure of self-protection under the sovereign rule of Lord British. Thus was formed the Kingdom of Britannia. Led by wise Lord British, the land did come to flourish. The 8 major townships rose upon the foundations of the old city-states. A renaissance of culture and civilization was highlighted by the formation of great institutions devoted to the study and advancement of the arts and sciences. The tale that is called Quest of the Avatar. Here we go again. It was at this time of growth and prosperity in the Kingdom of Britannia that Lord British put out a call for one to show the way of spiritual growth and virtue. The call was answered by the hero who would come to be known as the Avatar. It was at this time that the champion of Britannia did come to earn the title of Avatar by establishing the 8 virtues and by seizing the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom from the depths of the Stygian Abyss. It has been said that the primary motivation of the Avatar has been personal redemption for the fate of Mundane, Minax, and Exodus. While there's been no proof of this, I say that even if it were true, all the positive things fraught in the world through the virtues would be enough to make amends for almost any misdoing. The tale that is called Warriors of Destiny. It seems that by removing the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, the Avatar had inadvertently set into motion a cosmic chain of events, which led to the release of 3 Shadow Lords from the remnant shards of the Black Gem of Mundane. These Shadow Lords were sinister agents of evil. Soon they managed to dethrone Lord British and hold him prisoner in a foul dungeon. Denied his wisdom and compassion, the Kingdom of Britannia quickly grew oppressive and cruel. This was the Britannia that greeted the return of the Avatar. After a score of valiant struggles, Lord British was liberated, his throne regained, and the Shadow Lords banished from our world. However, Lord British's escape from the underworld did cause a tremendously destructive series of earthquakes, as the vast network of subterranean caverns collapsed. Much of the gargoyle race did perish in that tragic cataclysm. The tale that is called The False Prophet. After the tremors that shook Britannia subsided, gargoyles, inhabitants of the other side of the world, who now found their homeland virtually destroyed, began to appear on the Britannian side of the world in increasing numbers as aggressors. They launched vicious attacks against the human race, and many were they who lost their lives in defense of our realm. The gargoyles even attempted to assassinate the Avatar. They set a moon gate to trap... They set a moon gate trap, which lured the Avatar into their clutches, but the Avatar was rescued by his companions. So it was that Lord British did once again call upon his champion to set the world right. Ending this violent racial conflict was the greatest challenge that the Avatar had ever faced. At last it was revealed that the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, which had been removed from the underworld by the Avatar, was actually the property of the gargoyles. Therefore, the Avatar placed the Codex into the great ethereal void, where it would be possessed by neither human nor gargoyle. 2 lenses used to view the Codex were given to Lord British and Gargoyle Ruler King Draxinism. Whatever, the gargoyle guy. As the cause of the conflict between the 2 races had been removed, it was hoped that the rift between the 2 would eventually be closed. Those would say that this terrible and destructive war could have been prevented entirely had the Avatar not appropriated the Codex from its true owners are merely dissidents who are grossly misinformed. Okay, last page of the history section. The last 200 years. It has been 2 centuries since the Avatar last appeared in our kingdom. Some have written that at last it is possible to interpret the tales of the Avatar as they should be, with the proper historical perspective. Some argue that as time moves on, the truth of what actually occurred will fade even further away than we have... and that we have a responsibility to preserve the legends as we now know them. However, most agree when it comes to a number of basic theories. While there are those who maintain that the stories of the Avatar are only myths, practically all credible scholars say that at least some elements of the Avatar's tales are historical fact. In reality, one need look no further than the Isle of the Avatar to see very persuasive evidence that the Avatar did indeed exist, at least as a person, if not as a spiritual being. It is most likely that there has been more than one Avatar. All of the writings insist that the Avatar who negotiated the peace between Britannia and the Gargoyles is the one and same person who first appeared to vanquish the Sorcerer Mundane those many years ago. While saying it is most unlikely, historians do not firmly deny the possibility of there having been only one Avatar. After all, a good sovereign monarch, wise Lord British, has himself displayed an amazing longevity. Whatever interpretation of history proves the most accurate, it seems undeniable that the Avatar will not return to our fair kingdom. By all indications, the age of magic is coming to an end, and with the decline in reliability of mages, and with the kingdom turning away from the magical arts, it is doubtful that the extreme danger which would require an Avatar's aid to defeat it will ever return to Britannia, and thankfully so. Upon us is the age of the Fellowship, in which one does not simply wait in anticipation of a heroic saviour when crisis occurs. In this less spectacular but more practical day, we are left to solve our problems with our own minds and our own will. There. Yeah, and then it continues on page 19 with the Fellowship Traveller's Companion Guide to Travelling in Britannia, as written by Batlin of Britain. So, I'll be reading that eventually. But we've read like a third-ish of the manual, so that was a big chunk. And I think that was about an hour of reading. Alright, let's get to playing some of the actual game. Okay, not sure... Oh, right. I think we went through that cave last time. Very injured still. So we should probably try and head back. Not entirely sure which way that would be, but we'll find somewhere to go. Worst case, we'll just heal while we're traveling, so. I wouldn't say it's a visual novel, no. I'd say, it's, I guess, a proper genre would be RPG. Because it's very open, like, how you, like, have your character do things. I think that's the level up sound. But also, can I even search the corpse? Where is the corpse? I guess not. It's a tree. Okay. Ah, there. Okay. I'll just take that. And that. No. Not that. Guess I'm carrying too many items already. You. Yeah, you still have some room in there. I'm gonna have so much money. And did we lose anyone? No, I think we're still the full group. Okay. Is the mage guy still over here? If so, how far away was he? Not able to find him. Oh well. I think it was around here that we saw him. But I think somebody leveled up from that. Yeah, level 5 still. Same as last time, I think. How about Spark? Is he level 5 yet? Yes, he is. So, yeah, I think some of the other ones are now level 5. Okay. Guess we could also save. Because, well, it went alright. Okay. Some horses. I guess we could probably kill those for food. Okay. Not much food, though. Who's carrying it again? You. No, not you. So difficult to tell apart in the darkness. No, that's Spark. Wait. Where's the guy? Wait, we didn't lose our guy who was carrying the food, right? Because that would be a problem. I think we did. So, load the save. Yeah, here he's alive and well. And Load the save. Yeah, here he's gone. So I think he was killed in that fight. So just gonna have to go back. Because I have no clue where the corpse would be. So that won't do. Right. Combat. Okay. Got him. I think. Is my character fine? I guess so. Just taking a nap. There. Okay, I think everyone is alive at this point. Oh. A decent amount of stuff in their inventory. Leather gloves. I don't think we still need gloves for anyone. I think everyone's already got some type of gloves. Yeah. Even Spark does, so. And he also has a helmet type thing. So. Ooh, what's that? A poison dagger. I am intrigued. So I'll take that money. Who would get a poison dagger? So my dexterity's at 18. Because I feel like a dagger probably requires more dexterity. 22. And strength 14. He's got dexterity of 21 and strength of 18. So I think he might do well with the poison dagger. As long as he manages to not stab himself with it. So I'll just put it in his inventory in the meantime. And we don't want any of these, because not really using daggers as ammo. Alright. And time to try and be as far away as possible from that chest when it blows up when I try to unlock it. And overwriting this save. Let's see, where are the lockpicks? Hello, how are you doing today? Oh, that's the lockpicks, right there. Pick broke, okay. Broke again. Broke again. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. They flipped the coin instead of trying to open it. Okay. So it's 32 gold coins. Fine, that is worth unlocking, but not worth losing that many lockpicks over. Okay. Let's try and not lose a bunch of lockpicks. Here. Much better. Carrying so much money. I wonder if I'll be able to exchange my gold for gold bars just to have fewer items in my inventory. Don't know if that's going to be a thing. Okay. Going to overwrite that one. And let's go. Right, I should probably give them some food. Well, we're busy fighting this guy. Or not. Nope. Well, that didn't go well. Okay. So, let's try again. But it seems that mage is just somewhere in that area. Fine. Maybe it was a random encounter after all. Even though it happened twice. But yeah, I meant to make sure to give everyone some food. Because I think it'll stop them from healing properly if they don't have any food. So, he's doing okay. Spark is doing okay. And YOLO is doing okay. So it's just the two of them who are hungry. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. But yes, they do both require sustenance. There. I am still intrigued by how killing a deer gives you 5 portions of, like, basically deer leg. And killing a horse gives you 1 portion of ribs. So, horses have half a rib cage, and deer have 5 legs? Are we sure this is not like the Fallout universe or something? Okay. Nope. Being attacked by something, apparently. Doesn't seem to be moving towards us, so... I'll just not try to go out and find the enemy. I'll just carry on. I think it's snowing. Someone's hungry again. So, who is hungry now? Is it Spark? Yes, Spark is hungry. You better not be hungry again. Yeah, he's doing okay. How about YOLO? Nope, not hungry. The new guy isn't hungry. And main character is not hungry. Okay, so it's just Spark. There you go, Spark. Have some food. And on we go. I guess I'll just have a separate save. And then I can always overwrite it after traveling a bit further if I want to. But with how many random encounters we've got, like that one. But I don't think there's any useful items. I think that was a dog. like a stray dog. So... where was that torch? Ah, that one's done. Time to get a new torch. Okay. Nothing there. But I guess might as well save just because of... or not. What's attacking us now? Ah. Should maybe wait until after we've done this part of the fight. Oh. Okay. Did he lose his weapon? And or, like, part of his armor? Yeah, he lost his helmet. There, have your helmet back. Why do you drop your weapon? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. There, have your weapon back. Did he drop anything else? Wait, the corpse disappeared. Dang it. Oh well. Unfair. Didn't even get to loot the corpse. But I guess we'll save anyway. Okay. So that was a dead end. So we'll have to continue some other way. Maybe trying to get past the mountains. Okay. Seems like that worked. Now I just need to find a place I recognize. And then I can try and travel to specific places using the actual map. So, I guess we could get some food via horses. We are starting to run a tiny bit low, so I think it's a good idea. Okay. There he is. No, wrong guy. Cute. There. That's one portion, and don't know if the other horse disappeared. Oh well. At least one portion. I think everyone's still alive. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Going to save again. They keep saying I have a bad feeling. I wonder if that just means that there's enemies somewhere? Or if it means anything specific. Because, I mean, there's always enemies somewhere. Okay, found a field. I don't know what that sound was. back in Britain. Good. So... Oh, fine, we'll fight those. Okay. I still haven't really done anything with the different combat modes. So maybe I should at least take a look at those. Okay. Just to at least have more appropriate combat modes for the ranged and the non-ranged party members. So I think it was in the reference cards there. And where is the exact thing? There. Found the chart. So, this one is completely manual attacks. This is nearest first. This is weakest first. Strongest first. And that's prioritizing defense. And those are all the ones this character manages to pick. So I think strongest first. And then he can... Well, I guess nearest also makes sense. Because otherwise they might just keep running around a bunch. Is everyone on nearest? I think everyone's on nearest. Okay, what are the other ones? Because he's got more. So this one is Berserk. Will never flee regardless of wounds. This one is Protect, which specifically protects the party member who's in protected mode. And yeah, that's still Defend. This is Flank. Character will attempt to flank the enemy on either side. And this is Flee. Character will retreat from any opponents in an orderly fashion. An orderly fashion also known as just running away, dropping all your items. And this is just attack a random enemy. Okay. And manual mode is only available for the avatar, apparently. Not for the other ones. But I guess flanking the enemies could be useful. Would I want to do that, though? Like, maybe I would want to change these based on, like, which fight we're going to head into. But I think, like, nearest first is going to be fine for most fights. Because if the enemy's nearby, then you should probably deal with that one. Not ignore that enemy and just keep running towards the strongest. Meanwhile, the weaker enemy keeps hitting it, and you might not even make it all the way to the strongest one. So. Okay. That's the tavern. Okay, I think we need to go to Minnock. Because if I remember right, that's where Elizabeth and Abraham, I think, are the names. Where the Fellowship people ended up going. So I'm going to open up the map. And then possibly gonna go and get everyone healed if they're still in need of that. And otherwise we just head on out and try and make it all the way to Minnock. We at least got swamp boots, so something. There. Got the color version of the map. It seems like there's a path to Minnock. It's not, like, the most obvious thing, I guess, but I'll just try. Okay, yeah, we do still need healing. So, let's go and get healed, and then eat, and then head out. Fine, I'll deal with that creature. Where are you going? Come back here. There. So, where is Lord British these days? Sherry's roaming around looking for cheese. Wakey wakey, Lord British, we need healing. There. Nope, nope, nope. Don't wake him up and then sleep on his bed. Okay. There. Ask for healing. Would be so nice if there was just an everybody button, but nope. Shamino. Heal. And yellow. Heal. This guy, whose name I probably won't ever figure out how to pronounce. Why am I keeping on clicking the wrong thing? Okay, there. Managed to click the right button. Spark. And finally, my character. There. Bye. Go back to bed. This was nothing but a very weird dream where we just wake Lord British up to get some free healing and then we leave. Okay. Gonna walk to the edge of town and then figure out who's hungry now. Not the main character. Not Spark. This guy's hungry. Is Yellow hungry this time? No. So just that guy. There's some food. And let's save again. save number 100. Alright, and pulling up that map again. There. Hopefully I'll be able to follow that path. Okay. Got it centered on where I'm trying to go. Alright. I guess I even have room on the other side. There. Much better. So, we are at the corner of town. Then we're supposed to be able to head past the mountains. There's water. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Not really seeing the water marked on the map. We'll just go past it. So, going to bump into a mountain range or not? We're supposed to be staying fairly close to the coastline. Okay. So, just going to continue on here. And then the coast does this thing where it just turns. And do I cross this? Or do I keep walking? Yeah, it feels like rivers aren't really properly marked on that map for some reason. So I guess we cross the river? Okay. So there's a mountain here. And we're supposed to find some near Cove now. So I think I went too far? Why are the rivers just not properly marked in here? Maybe I can just go from Cove to where I'm supposed to be going. Right, that's the wizard's... or, well, the former wizard's house. Oop, that guy looks potentially dangerous. Why is he running around here? Excuse me. Hello? No? Stand away, step aside. Okay. This is strange. Wait, wasn't there another one? Where did that one disappear to? There he is. Oh no. Oh no, I went to attack mode. Oh well. But even just going into attack mode just immediately attacked those two specifically. So. Okay. Not seeing anything interesting. This guy's not carrying anything at all. That's fine. Just accidentally killing the local population. Do we want to be in here? Maybe. I mean, just curious what this place is. I guess I'll save. That way I can always go back. If this place doesn't end up being something we should explore right now. So, that's a cauldron. Much debris. Big door. There. Attacking. Oh. Someone poisoned one of the two giants. That seemed quite effective. Okay. Everyone appears to still be in one piece. Just a pile of debris and garbage. What's that thing? Oh, I think that's a lockpick. Yep. I will take that. Okay. Separate save for this, because, well, I know how reliable lockpicks are in this game. Yep, broke it. Broke it. Okay, so we've got food in there. And some gold. So I do think we want to unlock that. Just preferably not by using quite that many lockpicks. Because it might be that later on we'll just need a bunch of lockpicks. For whatever reason. And, if I don't save some up, that might be an issue. There. And he can carry a food. Always good to refill our reserves a tiny bit. Nope. I'll just overwrite that save. That way, in case things go horribly wrong in this fight, I can always redo it. Okay, that went pretty well. And he has a bag of gold. And another club. Okay, everyone seems to be doing alright. I think everyone still has their weapon. I'll overwrite that save again. And combat music again. It's gonna be fine. Okay. Oh, he's very dead. Not carrying anything important though. Ah, they seem to be kind of stuck here. I'll just save again, because that's 3 of them. I don't like this. Can't move the corpses. But I can move their belongings. So, can I find the other one? There he is. Alright, so we've got some gold. We've got some more gold. And of course it's locked. So, let's put that gold away. And save again. Alright. Broke. And broke. Broke. Unlocked, and it has more gold in it. Yeah, fine, that's still 20 gold. So I will take it. It's not like it's just like, full of stuff we can't use. Yeah, they apparently own a bunch of gold. Okay. The torch went out. Time to grab a new one. Why is he carrying that much gold? Oh, I was handing it to the wrong character. Yellow still has some room. Because I don't really trust this guy. Yeah, well... Okay. No. There's clearly another one. Oh, there he is. No, 3 of them. Again. Oh, where are they going? Which one did they go after? Oh well. Nope, dang it! I destroyed the chest. I'll just load the save. Because everything went wrong. So, yeah. Okay. Caltrops. Don't know what that is. Apparently it's painful. Okay. Fighting a rat to the death. Okay. Wait. Who are we even fighting over here? There's nothing there. Just fighting the wall now. More debris. Small rock. And another giant. Ah, okay. So, I just kind of figured it was just a part of a cave. But I guess it was some sort of defense system. Ooh. Okay. Nothing on there. Garbage. Garbage. Corpse that isn't carrying anything. Interesting cave, though. Guess that's where they store some of their food. Okay, got him. There's even more of them. Some gold. Okay. This guy's not carrying anything. More gold. Okay. And that one isn't carrying anything interesting either. Ooh, the barrel! Magic leggings. Leather collar. Kitchen items. A torch. Some food. And a key. Some nice stuff. Okay. Time to store it all. No, not able to carry one key. So let's move over some more gold. Okay, got the magical armor. Guess the magical leggings are gonna go with that. So chain leggings go on the floor. Magical leggings go on the legs. And Yolo can have the collar, if he can use that. Nope, too heavy for him. Carrying so much stuff already. He's carrying a kidney belt. Do we have any use for that? I'm not sure. Spark, could you carry that thing? No. Too heavy. Going to store the food. Okay.
anything we don't really need. I do kind of want to keep all of these. He still has some amount of room in here. And also doesn't have anything on his neck yet. There. That worked. And then lost torch. Okay. Alright. Think we made it through the worst of this? Anyone need the new leggings? He's already wearing those. He's already wearing those. He's wearing plate, which I'm pretty sure is better than chain. He's wearing chain. Yeah, he's wearing chain. I think everyone's already wearing chain, or in the case of YOLO, wearing something better than chain. So, seems fine. Actually kind of tempted to switch these around. Because YOLO is a ranged character. Why is he wearing armor that's fancier than what the characters on the front line are wearing? Okay, can't do anything with the cauldron. And saving before we actually head out. Okay, still have half my health points. So it's probably gonna be fine. Okay, got him. And he's carrying some more gold. How are we supposed to carry that much gold? He's already carrying a bunch of stuff. He's actually at his weight limit. So, is he carrying super heavy things that we could maybe switch around? Okay, so the crossbow alone weighs 3. So if I remove 1 gold nugget from my inventory, crossbow won't fit. Why not? Still won't fit? Okay. Yeah, and the gold is the same weight. Actually no, not the same weight as the crossbow. So I do think switching that around could help a bit. There. So, there. Okay. Actually dropped the gold on the ground. There. There. Alright. That worked out. And there goes the torch again. Old torch goes on the ground. New torch. And let's go. Okay. Let's try and find an exit to this place. We did walk past one. I think it was this way. Oh. Wait. Okay. Weird underground tentacle thing. So I guess that was what we were fighting earlier. Okay. So, managed to get through the other side of the mountains. So now if we head north, we should end up in Minnock. Found a path. Presumably this would be the path to Minnock. It's a long path. Okay. Found people. And music. So I guess this is Minnock. Because it is in the general place where I expected it to be. That didn't work. Well, thank you for the 25-month sub. Yes, time does fly. I mean, in this game franchise, 200 years just flew by. See a sportly gypsy with soulful eyes, dressed in colourful clothes. Looks as if he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Am I in Minnock? Or is this just a separate building? Why are they looking like they're ready for combat? See a stern but friendly looking man dressed in a military fashion. As you watch him, you get the feeling that he's sizing you up as well. What's your job? Perhaps that is something you should ask at a more appropriate time. Right now, our concern should be to discover who could have been responsible for the 2 murders. What? That have just been discovered in William's sawmill. Oh? Your name is? Jacker. Welcome to Minnock. Okay. We did make it to Minnock, and there's more murders. Great. Talking to Jacker. Which is probably not how you pronounce it, but it is how you spell it. So, I'll ask about the murders. Suspect the killer or killers are from out of town. Probably long gone by now. So, I'll just write down, like, there have been murders at the sawmill. Don't remember what he said the name of the sawmill owner was. So. The killers are suspected to be from out of town. Okay. There's not been a local murder for some time before today. A fair measure of prosperity has made the people here mostly tolerant of each other. That is why the gypsies have settled here. The apparent lack of motive is puzzling. Gone. Doubt anyone in our community is the killer. If the stranger or strangers involved were to remain for long after the crime, they would soon be revealed. Therefore, the killers are no longer in town. Minnock. Ours is a city of commerce, although lately its primary trade seems to be gossip and envy. Yeah, everyone's super happy here. Before these murders, the latest local scandal had been the statue to be built of Owen the shipwright. Wait, so Owen was building a statue of himself? Or someone else was building a statue of Owen? Or Owen was building a statue of someone else? I'm confused. Either way, apparently there was a statue that was supposed to be built, and that was a scandal. Of course. So... Like, the two people from the Fellowship were supposedly heading towards Minnock. They haven't been mentioned yet, but maybe they're not seen as strangers from out of town, because, like, they're very important members of the Fellowship, so... Well. I don't know if this guy is a member of the Fellowship yet, so... Murders? Yeah, probably long gone by now. Fine, I'll ask about Owen. I've known Owen as long as anyone in this town. Several years ago, 3 ships that he built sank. The brother of Carl, one of our more colourful local residents, was killed. No investigation was ever made into the cause of the sinkings, but Owen once confided to me that he secretly blamed himself. He started drinking heavily and eventually took up with the Fellowship. Okay. So he joined the Fellowship. And ask about his job now. Along with Karina, I'm a trainer in the fighting arts. My specialty is strength and strategy. On the field of battle, if one does not use his head while using one's muscles, he's in danger of losing it. Yes, hit people with your head. Because that way, I mean, sure, you might get a concussion, but it'll probably hurt them too. So. I don't think I need to ask more about the whole, like, training business, and already asked this, already asked his job, so... We'd better ask Karina. She's a good friend of the gypsies. I want to know more. Okay. Karina is where exactly? Skillful and fierce battler, but a bit short-sighted when it comes to tactics. Still a woman as attractive as she is diverting enough when encountered. But do not mention to her that I said that. Would just encourage her. It's uncomfortable enough sharing the same roof with her as it is. What are you whispering about over there?
Nothing at all. Okay. Ask about the roof. There used to be 2 training halls, but one of them burned down after being struck by lightning. Now we're both forced to share this one. Oh no. Sounds like they're having such a horrible time. She's the sort of person who labours under the belief that all problems can be solved in one of 3 ways. Hit them harder, hit them faster, or hit them some more. Okay. Are you talking about me? I feel my ears burning. You're dreaming, Garena. Why would I talk about you? Of course. Trainer, my price is 20 gold for each training session. Are you interested? No. No, I'm not. The true value of what I teach is beyond measure. My time is precious to me and therefore valuable. If you did pay me a paltry sum and I trained you anyway, it would be an insult to us both. It's a pity if you truly comprehend the value of strategy and tactics. You may hack and slash with your sword all that you will, but it cannot do your thinking for you. True, swords don't generally have brains. You heard it here first. Hello, how you doing today? I'm doing okay. Didn't sleep great, but I have managed to regain some energy, so yeah, doing alright. Oh, wait. Did the murder scene just disappear? That was weird. Excuse me, were you murdered? Because it kind of looked like that was your body on the floor. See an elderly man struggling to maintain a regal posture. His eyes widen at the sight of you. I'd heard you were travelling in Britannia again, but it took my own eyes to believe it. Welcome, Avatar. You are... Burnside. Okay. Mayor of Minnock. Okay. Probably important then. Burnside is a very strange name. So... I am the... mayor... and... have been for years. Okay, so he is far from new to town. I'll ask more about Minnock. Apart from this business of the murders, we are a town run by commerce. Gold runs this town. As goes the money, so goes Minnock. Take this monument affair, for instance. Monument? I'm sure you're aware of the plans for a monument of Owen, the shipwright. He's paying for it himself. I'm usually against such public vanity, but the Fellowship is very much in favour of it. Of course the Fellowship is in favour of humility. Just like their founder, who's the most humble guy ever, who wrote every single ballad in existence. Vanity. In the special case, it does immeasurable good for the town. It increases our prestige. People will come from all over Britannia for the unveiling. Are you sure about that? Who's gonna go on a vacation to go watch them unveil a statue of a guy who built ships? Just doesn't really sound that interesting.
Or do they just not care who the statue is of? Or do they specifically want to see the unveiling of the statue of the shipwright who built 3 ships that sank? Because that seems to be the one thing the guy's famous for. So I guess maybe he's important in the Fellowship now? Fellowship. I wear the Fellowship medallion given to me by Eleanor. Don't worry yourself. I won't try and make you join. He laughs nervously at his own little joke. Eleanor? Eleanor says the Fellowship could bring much money into Menarch. It would be wonderful for trade. I could never let my personal feelings get in the way of the good of this town. Wait, does that mean he's not actually a proper member of the Fellowship? He's just kinda trying to... like, pretend well enough that, Menarch is able to trade with them. Because he does seem to be somewhat skeptical and thinking of himself as separate from the Fellowship. Feelings? May I tell you a secret? Yes. I must confess that I feel the Fellowship promotes a philosophy that is dubious at best. Say more. And its membership seems to be comprised chiefly of fools and emotional weaklings. I mean, I agree that their philosophy seems to be sketchy. There. I have somewhat regained my ability to, talk without coughing. As I was saying, bit sketchy. But I feel like the members aren't really the issue there. I think it's more the brainwashing. So. Because it kind of seems like, they just go after people, by kind of, like, manipulating them to join. And, well... like, if you pick the right moment... well, people are vulnerable at different points in their life. And, well... thing is, leaving the Fellowship seems to also be a problem. So... kinda seems like once you join it, if, you want to leave, you better keep that quiet, because otherwise you might end up, murdered in a, like, in a random mill in Menarch. So, unveiling. Even Lord British himself will be in attendance. It's a special opportunity when one gets a private audience. But why are they all so interested in the one statue of the shipwright? It's weird. Murders. As Frederico and Tanya, we're not actually residents of Menarch. There's little I can do as mayor other than increase the town guard. Okay. Frederico and Tanya are not residents of Menarch. Okay. Kind of seems relevant. Investigation falls somewhat beyond my jurisdiction. Would appear that the killer or killers were from out of town and are probably long gone by now, thank goodness. Pleasure. Great. So, what happened to the crime scene? Why did it suddenly get cleaned up right before I was able to investigate it? Is this the guy who runs this mill? If so, can I wake him up? There. Old man whose domineering disposition matches the hardened physique of his aged body. So, he's in charge of the Minnock branch of the Britannian Mining Company. Oh, right, the mining company is the one that's polluting the river. I'll probably deal with that guy later. I thought he was the guy who owns the mill. So... But that seems to be the mill. It's just a sawmill. But that still counts. See, a woman whose cultured manner is tinged with a suggestion of arrogance. Your name is? She straightens her shoulders and looks you in the eye. Eleanor. Right. So... I'll probably want to note some stuff down that she says. Oh, and I should note down that the mayor dislikes the fellowship. There. So, Eleanor, your job is head counselor of the fellowship branch here in Minnock. We're a society of spiritual blah 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 blah. No, I don't want to join. I can see by the look in your eyes that you lack the courage it takes. You lack the courage to take this vital step in your life. Perhaps one day you'll be ready. She looks down her nose at you. We shall see. Great. She sounds like an absolute sweetheart. Elizabeth and Abraham? Oh, you just missed them. They were here collecting funds. They've moved on to pause to visit our shelter there. Elizabeth. And... Abraham... have just passed through. They're headed towards pause. Good enough. Okay. Can't seem to ask about the murder unless Minnock. We should strive to put this business of the murders behind us. Minnock will soon be known throughout Britannia as a city where majestic ships are built. There's even going to be a statue erected in the centre of town honouring our shipwright Owen. He's a skilled and valued member of our community and of course a fellowship member. So about those murders. I'm saddened at the loss of life, but cannot say I'm surprised. Frederica and Tanya were antagonistic people. Okay. Tanya were antagonistic. The same may be said and most of the gypsies. I've nothing against them personally, of course. Okay. Does that mean they're gonna be murdered next? They treated all members of our fellowship as if we were diseased. Fellowship members. As if we were diseased. Well, interesting how everyone who gets murdered seems to be disliked by the Fellowship. Sure, there's no reason for that correlation. Federico particularly would often bully our members. You know, it's common knowledge that we are pacifists. Sure. Federico would bully our members. Okay. He had a reputation for cruelty, even among his own people. It's not surprising he came to a violent end. Okay. He had a reputation for cruelty, even among his own people. I do think it's interesting how they're basically just going, yeah, the people who were killed were not, like, permanent residents of this town, and the people who did it probably also aren't residents of this town, so... who cares about solving this murder? It's fine. It happens. Okay. They set up camp southeast of town near the sawmill. Suspicious, don't you think? Does she know anything about the Crown Jewel? Many ships come and go in our busy port. I don't know of any specific ship. Perhaps you should ask Owen. Okay. A hook? Man with a hook. I'm certain I would remember having seen anyone like that. I'm positive that does not match the description of any Fellowship member this branch has ever come in contact with. Of course it doesn't. Okay. So, let's see. Does Federico actually have a bad reputation or not? Oh, he's part of the Fellowship too. His eyes look down and expression... His eyes look down and his expression is one of extreme sorrow. Why is he wearing a Fellowship medallion? Are any of them not wearing Fellowship medallions? I'll try this guy. Yeah. Greetings once again. Jerky is the name. So... ask about... his job? King of the Gypsies. Okay. Ask about Margarita? My wife is a wise woman who has some of the necessary talents to see the future. You should speak with her. Okay. My people have almost completely died out in this world. Now that I'm their leader, I'm making their welfare my sole responsibility. Soon I'll decide if we will leave Minnock. Minnock? Well, people came here because we thought we would be accepted. It seemed for a very long time that we were. After these savage murders, it looks like it is time for us to roam once again. Murders? Federico was my only brother. And no one loved Tanya more than I did, save for Federico himself. Well. What was his name again? I think it was like Jerky or something. So, Federico was my only brother. So I guess Tanya is going to be Frederico's wife? What happened to them was unspeakable. Wish I could tell you more. If you wish, you may speak to Sasha, but only briefly. Now's the time for him to mourn. You wish you can speak to Sasha. I'm guessing that might be their son? Okay, I'll ask about Federico. Some thought of my brother as a harsh man, but those of us who knew him could see that he was simply governed by the same pride and passions that rule all of us. Okay, Tanya. The most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Both my brother and I were in love with her. We both tried to win her heart. I failed and thought that I would spend the rest of my life with no one. It was not until last year that my wife Margarita and I were married, and my secretly broken heart was mended. Okay. But yeah, makes sense that Federica and Tanya were, I guess, a couple? Married or not married? Not sure. So... Wasn't able to ask about Tanya. Oh, fine, maybe I already did. The answer was kind of about both of them, so... Maybe asked about both of them in rapid succession. Sasha. He's the son of Federico and Tanya. He left us to learn more about the Fellowship. Of course, he feels responsible for what happened. Responsible? We don't blame Sasha for what happened. We will not punish him. What do you mean? Sasha will have to decide if he wants to stay with his people or return to the Fellowship. I believe he will make the right choice. Doubt. Fewer places were welcome, were victimized by the ancient hatreds that have plagued our kind since the days of ancient Caesarea. Okay. Accepted. Always been subject to the prejudice of others. We were called thieves and worse. We're people that only wish to play our music and dance and live in peace. I thought the people here understood this. Well, clearly not. Your name was Jerky. Yes. Write that down properly. Okay. So now I'll talk to the kid with the Fellowship medallion. So I'll write down that he was Frederico and Tanya's son. Okay. And now we're talking to Sasha. Good day. So, your name is Sasha. Nice conversation. Too young to have a job. I'm a gypsy as my parents were. Also a member of the fellowship. He's too young to have a job, but he wasn't too young to go off and join a cult. Okay then. Parents? They were murdered. I don't know why anyone would want to harm them. Suddenly he's overwhelmed by grief and is unable to speak. Okay. Ask about the murders. It happened at the sawmill in Minnock. Yeah, but I didn't actually see the corpses because they cleaned it up like right after I entered, which was really silly of them. Fellowship. Philosophical group devoted to the teachings of a truly great man named Batlin. Yeah, he likes the fellowship. In the absence of the Avatar, Batlin has become a sort of spiritual father. Through his speeches and writings, has changed many lives, including my own. For the past week, I've been away from home doing work for the fellowship. I would want to ask about the work he was doing for the fellowship, but apparently I can't. Philosophy, blah 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 blah, inner strength, triad. Is just gonna tell me everything about the fellowship again and then ask to join. Okay. I've returned to be with Margarita and Jurgi to grieve for my parents. Oh, so he returned after his parents were killed. They didn't approve of my joining the fellowship, but I know that they were concerned after their love for me, just as I loved them. Margarita? She's wise and knows many things, but when I asked her if I should go back to the fellowship or stay with them, she did not answer me. Trigger was my father's brother. He's a good man and wise. Now he's our leader. Well, he will do what is right for us. Okay. He nods and turns away. Alright. Well, I guess I might as well talk to Margarita. Because, well, the other two seem a bit, biased. Like, I mean, he's, like, a member of the fellowship. And, well, he wasn't really telling me much about the actual murder victims, so maybe he's just a bit preoccupied. Do you wish to speak with me again? Yes, I guess. Very well. Your job is to tell Destiny. And, my destiny is 20 gold to learn it. I guess I'll pay that. She takes your money, pays into her crystal ball. Ball's very murky. See, you must join the fellowship if you want to learn more about them and discover their true nature. Dang it! Okay, so I didn't take any notes on Sasha at all. So I was working for the fellowship and returned to be with my aunt and uncle. Okay. So. Her name was Margarita. So. You must join the fellowship. To discover their true nature. Is she a fellowship member? It's not very clear. Ah, yes. There's a new evil that threatens Britannia. I see that you shall have to reckon with it in the future. Okay. There is a new evil. I haven't played Ultima 8, if that's what you mean. So I can't compare the other games to Ultima 8 since I've like I'm just playing the first part of Ultima 7. And I've played Ultima 1 through 6 already, so. The ether of the world. Okay, the substance that controls magic. The ether of the world. The substance that controls magic. Has been affected by this new evil presence. Okay. I mean, now that I think of it, Batlin, he was the apprentice of a wizard. Presumably while magic still worked. So during Batlin's lifetime, magic just happened to stop working. I see further that this evil presence will gain greater power during an event that is in the near future. Okay. The evil presence will gain power during an event in the near future. Okay. This event has something to do with the planets. Seek out a man at the observatory in Moonglow to learn more about this. It's something to do with the planets. and talk to the man at the observatory in Moonglow. Right. He has a device which will be very useful to you. See him soon, for this event is drawing near. So, he has a device you need. See him soon. Okay. What is this? I see you. You seek a man with a hook. He's not your true adversary, but finding him will be necessary to complete your ultimate quest. The man with the hook is not your true adversary. But finding him will be necessary. For your quest. Right. I see you must seek audience with the Time Lord. He's in trouble, although I can't see what that trouble is. Okay? Seek audience with the Time Lord. He is in trouble. He knows much about this new evil, so don't fail to seek him out. Much about this new evil. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no, like, right or wrong answers regarding, like, which game is the best game in general. Because, like, everyone has different preferences. So. And everyone's experience playing through a game is also going to be different. So. There's no right or wrong answer for any game, in my opinion. Because, like, if you only had one game and, like, other people who have a bunch of games and, like, therefore gave that game less time, if they dislike that game, but you really like it, then, like, yeah, that doesn't mean that you liking the game that you were playing for a long time is incorrect. So. Like, in my experience, like, a lot of the games that I started out with, I just didn't have much choice. Which made the games just all the more special to me. And it also means that I, like, it gave them many, many chances, even if they might have been glitchy and crashing a lot. To find the Time Lord, you must first meet the wisps who live in the forest of you. They are your best link to him. Okay. To find find him. Meet with the wisps. In the forest of you. Okay. The monks of Empath Abbey may know how to contact the wisps. Okay. That's gonna be a long quest. Now I'm just writing down the monks of monks. No, the monks of Empath Abbey. No. How to contact the wisps. The ball has grown dark, see no more. Okay. You face many dangers ahead. Take care. Great. With these words, she slumps and closes her eyes to rest. She is obviously exhausted. Okay. Good night, I guess. So she's taking a nap. So that's interesting that we're going to be meeting with the Time Lord again, who I think... Wait, was it Ultima 3? No, I think it was Ultima 2. Wasn't it? Like, what did it say in the manual? Wait, I thought it was Ultima 2, but I think that one said Ultima 3. Revenge of the Enchantress. Okay, so Exodus apparently is when the Time Lord comes in. I still have my notes for Exodus. Let's see. Okay, that's the virtues. I think those are Ultima 4? Do I have any proper notes on the other ones? Not really finding it. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I have notes from Wasteland. But it seems for Ultima 3 I didn't really take detailed notes. I started doing that for Ultima 4. Because there ended up being more quest-based. So, Ultima 4, 5, 6, and now 7 are what I've got notes of. So. Oh well. But yeah. So many notes of those games, though. Yeah, the Wasteland playthrough. It was quite interesting. And it worked out surprisingly well. Except for the ending being kind of, well, very strictly timed.
But I got through it in the end, so... Like, I think I managed to get the good ending. Or did it overwrite my save? Can't quite remember. But either way, yeah, the ending was not my favourite. But I got through it, and that's what matters. But I think there was something about, me having to replay part of the game, because the ending kind of overwrote my save, and I just remember some silly stuff happening there. But I might be misremembering it, I guess. So, anything in here? Are these the belongings of the people who got deaded? Nothing in that barrel. Nothing in that barrel. Oh yeah, Wasteland had all sorts of issues. Like, I remember having to spend several hours basically fixing my save. Because I managed to walk into a dungeon, but I couldn't walk back out of it. So. Wasteland was a bit of a challenging one. What? I think someone said something about Minnock. But I think it's weird that the corpses have already disappeared from it. So I can't even see what happened, really. Maybe if I save here and then go back to a previous save, maybe I'll be able to actually see the corpses. How about this save? Where was that? Inside the dungeon. Okay. And this save. That was out here. Okay. So if I just go straight for this building. There it is. Okay. So, can I really examine anything? Serrated dagger, buckets of blood. Dust? That doesn't look like dust. Why are there guts over there? Weird. I can't really interact with them. Oh, that's spilling the blood. Didn't mean to do that. Light source.
it seems like there's a bit of a blood stain over there. Right, the dagger. That might be important. Okay. Fine, I think I should probably reload. And not spill the blood. But also take the dagger before it gets cleared away. Wait. Now it's reset again. How fast are they? There. Okay. That's mine. Okay. So I think I'll maybe overwrite those other saves. And I'll just have to talk to all the members of town again. A handsome, creative looking young man whose name is Sierra. Okay. Job is... Now's the time. Okay. Not far from this very spot, there have been not one, but 2 murders committed. You don't say. It's horrible. Federica and Tanya were looking for their son, Sasha. He had run away to join the Fellowship. How could this have happened to them? He slowly shakes his head. Huh. Huh. What's your name again, you... I've already forgotten. Anyway. Bye. There. So... S-E-A-R-A. So... Member of the Artists Guild. Minoc. Until the monument was built, it was to be built. Until the monument was to be built, and now these murders. I believe this town to be a good place to live. Okay. So now I can ask about the murders again. And, okay. No, it was not me. I just came into this town. I've been gone for 200 years from this town. It was not me. I arrived after the fact. Like, having a 200-year-long alibi is, I'd say, pretty impressive. So. So, Frederico and Tanya were looking for their son. Sasha, who had run away to join the Fellowship. Okay. How could this have happened to them? Ask about Sasha. Met him a few weeks ago when he came to town looking for the local fellowship branch. I once let him stay the night at the guild hall. He said his father would beat him if he knew he was thinking of joining the fellowship, and I believed him. Okay. If he found out about Sasha trying to join the fellowship, Sasha's father could be a cruel man. He's basically a good lad, just looking for the truth. He's basically a good lad, just looking for the truth, like like a lot of us are. Okay, fortunately, he's looking in the wrong place. I think he switched to talking about Sasha. Yeah. Got a bit, like, confused with the wording of it all. Fellowship. A fellowship is a society of spiritual seekers, blah, 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 blah. He's a member. Yeah, he's clearly a member. Oh, I'm not a member or anything like that. I've heard the basic speech from Sasha so many times that I have it memorized. I never tried to dissuade him from joining the fellowship, even though I have no belief in it. Okay. I think Sasha is old enough to start making his decisions for himself. Now, I truly regret not sending him home the moment I saw him. I mean, yeah. Like, kind of seems like maybe Sasha getting involved in the fellowship had something to do with this happening. Even if it wasn't, like... Well, it seems like that's how they came into contact with members of the local branch of the fellowship, and maybe that's how they got murdered. So, might not be that, like, Sasha was, like, going to the fellowship and, like, talking to the wrong person, and the fellowship just deciding to make it so that Sasha wouldn't have any reason to leave the fellowship anymore. But yeah, I think them interacting with the fellowship might be what caused this. So, Artist Guild. We have an Artist Guild here in Minnock. I'm a member. The other members are Xanthia and Gladstone. Okay, I guess I'll write that down. We have an Artist Guild. Xanthia. Xanthia and Gladstone. Are the other members. Okay. You can purchase some of the finest crafts available anywhere in Britannia there. For example, I make clocks. Okay. Good to know, I guess. I already have a pocket watch, but neat. So, monument. That shipwright Owen is a self-righteous fool. His statue will be nothing more than a monument to all the hurtful, bad feelings he has caused in this town. Can't believe that such a meaningless and obvious charade could jeopardize our guild's future. Oh? You should talk to Gladstone about it. Okay. The monument. Threatens our guild's future. Ask Gladstone. Okay. Sure, I'll ask more about the guild. Cynthia's very talented. She makes elaborate and distinctive candelabras. Like that one? Gladstone is a sculptor and glassblower. He's in charge of most of the business decisions for the guild. Okay. Clocks. I make all types of clocks and watches that tell the time reliably to the second. Be happy to sell you one, but right now I have a 2-year backlog to fill. Like me and my Twitch. No, Steam game library. Because, like, yeah. That's years. I have so many games, and I still need to play all of them. So, gypsies. Camp is outside of town. There aren't many of them left. I mean, yeah. Understand that Sasha's aunt, Margarita, is an amazing fortune teller. She can tell you many things that may be very useful. Okay. Your job was member of the guild. Right. I mean, specifically, him being a clockmaker. Or watchmaker? I'm not sure if they make a distinction between those specifically, because, I mean, watches are generally the ones that you can wear. Clocks will be the ones that you hang on a wall. I think. Anyway. I'll just click through all of this stuff. Because I've already noted it down, but... oh. Ask about Jerry. Your father's brother. We'll do what is right. You should talk to him. Margarita. Wise and knows many things. Murders happened in the sawmill. Okay. Do I want to join? The answer is no. And I think I already asked about his job. Yes. And then him. Oh, no. Stop running away. So, your name, Jerry, job. Yeah, I already heard all of this. Murders. Rico, Tanya, Sasha. Fellowship. Responsible. Okay. Yeah, so at least now I know why Sasha would feel responsible. It's because he ran away. So he didn't just leave, he, like, left without telling anyone. Or at least, he seems to have left without permission. So, ask about Sasha. He has been led astray. It's unfortunate that he will realize his mistake only as a result of the death of his parents. Oh? I don't think I've talked to her about this. Astray? There are many, many others like Sasha who have been led astray. For them I see no future. Mistake? You know what I mean. The Fellowship. Fellowship. You'll learn more about them in due time. Okay. Just making sure I ask for her name. Ask about destiny. Yes, I want to hear about my destiny. Her crystal ball is all the way over there, but somehow she manages to peer into it, even though she's facing away from it. So, yeah, just need to join the fellowship. Blah, 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 blah. Man with the hook. Time Lord. Okay. And she's falling asleep all the way over there. She's not even in his chair. In her chair. English. My brain is apparently malfunctioning today. Don't mind that. Yes. Okay, they haven't cleaned up this time. So maybe me being in there fast enough to actually get the dagger stopped whatever thing they were doing to clean up the place. But I do wonder who all those people were. I guess if this place is now staying the same, we'll see. You see a man with a very worried look on his face. Your name is William.
Right. He should be the owner of the mill. So...
Okay.
What do you mean, did he give us anything? He does free healing, he gave us a spell book.
Possibly a wand? That I'm not sure about. Ingredients, I think. Like, he gave us some stuff. And free healing.
But yeah, he's kind of busy renovating his palace for the 50th time this month, so obviously he can't be bothered to help me solve this murder case. So ask about his job, work on the sawmill. So ask about the sawmill. Take the logs that are made from all the trees that are cut down by the logger in you. Cut them into planks. Then I sell the planks, mostly to Owen the shipwright, some to the Artists Guild. Ask about Minnock. It was such a quiet town until these murders happened. Can't believe it. Found the bodies first thing this morning when I went to open the sawmill. Okay. Found the bodies this morning when I opened the sawmill. Okay. Took all of the discipline I have gained from the Triad of Inner Strength and the teachings of the Fellowship to keep from going mad at the sight of it. Interesting that they got murdered in the house of a Fellowship member. I seem to need to sharpen my pencil. Because otherwise, taking all these notes is going to be even more difficult. There. Managed to extract my pencil sharpener. It's like right at the bottom of my pen holder. There. Alright, freshly sharpened pencil. Nothing can stop me now. Must have happened sometime last night, but I swear I never heard a thing. Okay. The murders must
have happened last night. I didn't hear a thing. Which is very convenient that I didn't hear anything. Also about the fellowship. Been a member for only a short time. I've only of late begun attending Eleanor's meetings. Only since the announcement... Only since they announced the monument was to be built. Would you like to know more about the fellowship? I joined the fellowship recently after hearing about the monument. Alright, I'm not sure I've taken any notes of the monument, so I'll just explain it to my future self here. Monument being built for Owen, the local shipwright. Okay. I guess let's hear more about the fellowship. It's probably just the usual stuff. Okay. Monument. The monument of Owen the shipwright standing on the bow of a tall ship. Everyone in town knows it. Of course I do. Yeah, I've been in this town for minutes. So, obviously I've seen that. Multiple minutes, even. Okay. I don't think asking about the philosophy is going to give me any more information, but I'll just click through it just in case. But no, it's just the usual marketing stuff. No, I still don't want to join. And bye. Okay, let's save. I'll overwrite that one. So, this doesn't really seem to be part of Minnock. Time to look around all the buildings. So, this is clearly a building. Townsman. Old man whose domineering disposition matches the hardened physique of his aged body, and his name is Gregor. Okay. I don't think we've talked to this guy before. Or have we? Your job is... Oh, right, mining company. I haven't properly talked to him before. Okay. I am in charge of the Minnock branch. Of the Britannian Mining Company. Okay. Ask more about Minnock. The town is a major centre of trade in Britannia. It's a place of social change. Like the social change of people changing from being alive to being dead. Ask about the social change. Here in Minnock, we are erecting a monument to our good shipwright Owen. A master craftsman whose name will soon be known throughout Britannia. We also have a very active fellowship branch, I've noticed. Ask about the monument. Helped organise things with Mayor Burnside to get the monument built. It will be huge and made of the finest ore from our mine. Okay. The monument will be made of the finest ore from our mine. So I guess he's a member of the Fellowship as well. They've done immeasurable good for Minnock, helping to counter the disunity that can plague a town such as ours, where so many people are fixated upon monetary gain. Yeah, I think he's a member. He kind of sounds like a member. Trade. One of the largest mining corporations, sawmill, the inn, the artist's guild, shipwright. Okay, so I guess I can just learn more about all of Minnock from him. That'd be useful, I guess. I'll ask about the sawmill first. Long-standing and profitable business. A shame it will become more renowned for the murders that were committed there than for any of the fine work it does. The Artists Guild. A small collection of craftspeople who have huddled together to sell their little trinkets. They pride themselves on being the local dissenters of everything. Huh. He doesn't like the Artists Guild. And the Artists Guild doesn't like the monument, and he's the one providing the materials for the monument. I feel like there's maybe a connection there. And he also seems to be fond of the Fellowship, and the Artists Guild doesn't seem to be fond of the Fellowship. At least not necessarily. The inn. Famous for its rustic character and atmosphere. It's a fine place. Don't be put off by its apparent uncleanliness. You don't mind all the rats. They still serve good food in that inn. Some of it might be rat-flavoured, but don't worry about it. Shipwright. I already mentioned Owen. Builds the finest ships that have ever set sail. And the Britannian Mining Company. Produces a wide variety of minerals that are essential to the continuation of progress in Britannia. Oh. It's being a bit vague about how it all works. Mining Company log. 30 tons of iron ore. 24 tons of lead. 27 tons of iron ore. 2 tons of BR. 14 tons of lead. 37 tons of lead. 26 tons of iron ore. Another 3 tons of BR. And 31 tons of iron ore. What could that BR be? Because... Like, what could they be mining that would have the initials of BR? Yeah, maybe big rocks. Strange. much. Could be Blackrock. True, we have learned plenty of Blackrock. Plenty about that Blackrock, but... Wait, is Blackrock just coal? Because, I mean, it's... black? It's rock? And it does kind of explode, which I guess coal dust does that. Because as far as I know, it kind of... The thing where, like, it's like, if you have a flammable substance and it's powdered, then kind of has a tendency to be a bit, eager to ignite in a giant ball of fire. If I'm not completely mistaken. So, maybe it's just coal. But true, it could quite definitely be Blackrock. I kind of forgot about Blackrock being a thing. I was thinking of, like, natural minerals that would have those initials, but... I mean, since he's also working with the Fellowship, it sounds a bit... And they were saying stuff about loading Blackrock onto the Crown Jewel, I think? Wasn't it? Did I write that down? Or did I take a picture of that? It's not my notes. Well, it's, there's a mage who's researching Blackrock, and, he went mad while researching Blackrock. But that's kind of all we know about it. I don't seem to have a picture of that, so I'll just have to eventually, when I'm back in Britain, open that chest again and maybe take note of what it said on that letter in that chest. So there. But yeah, Lord British mentioned that the mage was experimenting with it. Like, I'm not sure if he mentioned the word Blackrock, but he mentioned that that mage was experimenting with something that he thought could maybe fix the magic issue. Let's see. Yeah, he does say that that mage was working with a magical substance called Blackrock. So, yep. Been a while since we first heard about it. Yes, obviously I'll, like, do the thing again where I save and reload, because I do think that opening that chest while the entire Fellowship is watching is a bad thing. Because, like, they were all very eager to go after me. As soon as I even, like, touched that thing. But I guess maybe when I join the Fellowship, which I apparently have to do, maybe that will make it so that, I won't have the same issue. Like, maybe then it'll be fine if I read that. But either way, I'll probably, before joining, just, yeah, check that again, just to be able to use that information. Or I might even just check my previous stream and, like, go back to that segment and then just note it down. Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, we haven't joined them yet for some reason. You see a stealthy looking woman dressed in all green. There is a wicked grin on her face. Ah, are you grinning about the murders? Shocking. Such things don't normally happen here. Proves the value of knowing how to defend yourself. She's saying that it was their own fault for getting murdered. Because that's not a very nice thing to say. I guess that's gonna be all she's gonna tell me about that. Teacher and Minnock, along with that guy over there. Yeah, it said something like that. I just want to double check what the exact wording was. But yeah, I at the time forgot what the crown jewel was, but it's a ship. So yeah, it does seem like maybe the ship went to Minnock. If they could be mining Blackrock over here. So, ask about the other guy. He's quite an able trainer in his own right, not as skilled as myself, obviously. I do think he's cute. Though, I ask you not to tell him I spoke of this, it will only encourage him. Are you speaking about me? My ears are burning. Uh-huh. Nothing about you. Yeah, so they're both, well, fine. They're also sharing this building. So they're just being a very silly couple by the looks of it. Going, yeah, we're totally not an actual couple. We're just being forced to work and live in the same house and use the same bed and yeah. Sure. So, you're a teacher of fighting, I guess. Yeah. So, singular skill which enables one to learn all the lessons of life without losing it in the process. Combat. Charge 20 gold for each session. I am not interested. Ask about Minnock. Usually busy, but quiet. Our town was bothered by this nonsense over Owen's monument, and now the murders. Monument. Understand it is to be 30 feet high. I don't know what that is in metric, so I will check, because I am curious. That is about 9 meters. What would be around 9 meters? Like, I guess some trees grow 9 meters. I guess the average ceiling height is like a bit over 2 meters. Then add like a bit of like extra for like the floor and foundation and stuff, and let's say that's like a 3-story building if it has like a flat roof. So that's pretty tall. Anyway, I understand it is to be 30 feet high and will display our local shipwright as he holds aloft a sextant. Would not believe a thing as benign as this could create such trouble.
So, would seem the increase in hostilities amongst the fair citizenry over a shipwright's monument has filled much of the local populace with a burning desire to acquire combative skills. Business has never been better. I guess the locals aren't so into the whole idea of having a giant statue dedicated to just some local guy. Everyone in town is all up in arms about this and that. Surely others would know more of these local politics. I don't care. Okay, I guess I'll ask about the murders. Oh, right, I already did. Name was Karina. Okay. Don't think I need to note any of this down. Please don't shoot me in the ear. So he's stern but friendly looking man. Yeah, I think I already asked him all the things. I'll tell him that who seems to probably be his wife said he was cute. Ah, so Karina said I was cute, did she? Yes, I've known she has had her sights set on me for years. Of course. Work with Karina. Blah, blah. I already heard all of this. Okay. Ask about the roof. Ask about being short-sighted. And name. Okay. That's probably enough. And no, I can't tell her that he also said that he thinks she's cute. Fine, they do have separate bids. But still, my point still stands. I think they're just pretending not to know each other. Or, well, not to be in a relationship with each other. They are working together, so... So I guess this is the Artists Guild. So these would be... Xanthia and Gladstone. So... Xanthia, stop running. There. See a cheerful woman with bright eyes and blonde hair. By the name of Xanthia. And her job was... candelabras. Right. Ask about the candelabras. I make simple candelabras, but sometimes I will do commissioned work, making more specific ones. I was hired by the Fellowship to make the candelabras for all of their Fellowship halls. Oh. I will note that down. So, her name is... Xanthia? I was hired by the Fellowship to make all their candelabras. Oh, there was a candelabra in the sawmill. Between the two corpses. Sorry. Eleanor, the head of the local Fellowship branch, showed me a picture of the Fellowship symbol Base the design on the candelabra on that. Candelabra at the murder site. You describe the candelabra found at the murder scene. Her eyes widen with recognition. Yes, that is one of the candelabras I made. It was in the sawmill at the murder site. Yes. How horrible. I swear I don't know how it could have gotten there. You should ask Eleanor about it. Okay. Eleanor. Showed me the symbol of the fellowship. And I based the design on it. And the candelabra at the murder site was a fellowship candelabra. Which is why she's telling me to ask Eleanor. Ask Eleanor about it. Okay. So, ask more about Eleanor. She's quite the recruiter. She got Burnside, our mayor, to join, as well as Gregor, local head of the Britannian Mining Company. Okay. Eleanor got Burnside, mayor. Gregor, the head of the mining company. And Owen the shipwright. Because that is quite interesting. Okay. I'll add to join the fellowship. Music in here is very peaceful. Anyway. He is soon to be famous, I'm sorry to say. She's never asked me to join, thank goodness. Okay. Let's ask about the guild. Which frame do you want me to switch? The one around the webcam or the one below? Webcam one? Alright. There we go. It's more of a wood pattern, which I guess kind of fits with the carpentry angle of Minnock. So, we're a guild of artists and craftspeople united for the common good and dedicated to the advancement of the arts. Okay, anything else? As well as showing other artists that it is possible to exist solely by your own efforts without sacrificing your creativity. Nice. So, ask about Owen. They are to build a monument to Owen for some reason or another. Owen and Eleanor refuse to use anyone from the guild to help build it. Rather rude of them, don't you think? I guess. Menok. With the success of the mine, Menok is a prosperous city. Not a place where one is used to having murders happen. A good place for our artists guild to do well. Things have always been hard for us here. Now I fear they may get worse. Worse? That's what Gladstone says. You should ask him about it. Okay. Ask about the murders. It's terrible. Never knew them personally, but I met their son Sasha once. He was a nice boy, if somewhat misguided. He spent the night with us here at the Artists Guild as a guest of the other guy. Okay. Already knew about that, but I don't think it's super important. Farewell. Okay. So... Oop, that's definitely a workshop. There he is. So... he's the sculptor. You see a handsome craftsman with an intense, piercing gaze. And his name is Gladstone. So... everyone keeps telling me to talk to this guy, so... let's talk to this guy. I'm a glassblower and a sculptor. I make mostly bottles and bowls. In my time, I've constructed all manners of statuary. Out of glass as well. So I guess statues. Oh well. Ask about the glass. Don't have any work for sale at the present. I have a backlog of orders that will keep me busy for the foreseeable future. There's several examples of my work, of which I'm most proud, in the guild hall on display. Okay. If you're interested, have a look. So, Artists Guild. Group of local craftsmen. We sell our wares. While we are organised as a guild of equal members, I am the guild head. Okay. Menok is... there is active commerce here in Menok, sufficient to keep the Artists Guild financially solvent. In recent weeks, I've come to fear that we may not keep it going for very much longer. Like the Fellowship or Owen's Monument, we don't have much political power. Now, other events make our troubles seem less important. Okay, events. Murders, probably. Yeah. Okay, murders. I shudder to think such foul deeds are so freely committed in our fair town. Are you investigating it? Yes. I wish you all success in tracking the culprit. I barely knew Frederica or Tanya. But you did kind of know them. Did meet their son once. Sasha. He befriended... like, how is it pronounced? Like, Ciara? I guess? Sierra? Stayed the night with us once. He seemed like a nice young man, but misguided. Fellowship? Don't get along very well with those people. I believe we've been unofficially marked as enemies of the Fellowship ever since all of the members of the Artists Guild refused Eleanor's invitation to join. Oh, okay. I believe... The Artists Guild has been marked as enemies of the Fellowship. After all the members refused Eleanor's invitation to join. They dislike us because they consider us to be indisposed towards unity. I mean, they're working together. Like, ask about the monument. Shipwright is commissioning a statue of himself to be built in the center of town. Artists Guild decided to have nothing to do with this foolishness, of course. I thought they weren't asked. But just the word of the statue has spread, and now orders are coming in from all over Britannia. Merchants want to have a ship built by the famous Owen, master shipwright of Minnoch. Of course. A fate we've grievously miscalculated by thinking if we boycotted the statue it would not be built. It seems all the talk of it has made Owen into some sort of bizarre legend around this area. Okay. I'll add that they decided not to work with Owen to build the statue. Statue hasn't even gone up yet, but that, I fear, is not the worst of the situation. Once the statue is built, orders for shipbuilding are bound to increase even more. Won't take long before all local commerce will become affected by it. Owen will be purchasing more of the local resources, which will cause prices to rise, especially at the sawmill. That will surely force the Artists Guild into bankruptcy. Okay. So, Owen's business is going well and might end up raising prices of lumber, making the Artists Guild go out of business. The Artists Guild is taxed mercilessly by the Britannian Tax Council. Even in our best year, it is a struggle to make ends meet. It seems we're not considered important enough to be given an even chance. I wonder if the Fellowship members are taxed that much. Okay. So. Learned about that whole story. Time to save again. spoken to the mayor again. Because I did restore a save previously. Is this the mayor's house? It does look very big and expensive. You are... Oh, is this the fellowship building? Julia. Wait. What's Julia doing in here? You see Julia, a member of your party of adventurers from one of your previous visits to Britannia. She looks still quite young. Ask about Spark? Just introducing them. He's cute, well-mannered. He turns red. Okay. Since accompanying you, I've become the Tinker of Minnock. Okay. Repair things. My duties and obligations are not so pressing as to prevent me from joining you again. We don't have room. Well, yeah, Julia is a woman's name, generally. I've not heard of Julia's anything but a woman's name. Anyway, she just seems not to have aged. Or maybe aged backwards. I don't know what age she was supposed to be previously. But, yeah, like, still has bright orange hair. So, but yeah. Ask about Minnock. Terrible thing to be happening to our town, these murders. Ask about the murders. They were killed at the sawmill in a manner most gruesome. Suggests a ritual killing. From what I've been hearing, it is similar to one you have run across Intrinsic and one that occurred in Britain. It's a most puzzling mystery. Federico and Tanya. Oh, he was actually the leader. Oh, I didn't know that. They lived outside of town. Don't know anything about them. Okay. But still. And I'll add a note that his brother has taken over now. And his brother is Jergy. But I don't think Jergy did it just to rise up the ranks. I mean, sure, he was jealous because, like, his brother was dating the... well, had a kid with the woman that he previously also had a crush on, but... and also, like, was in a position of power, but I don't think it was... no, probably not him. That would be very silly. Safe and quiet. At least safe if not quiet, especially with all the commotion caused by Owen. Ask about monument. Fellowship wanted to build a statue of Owen. That way they can use him as an example of the success of the Fellowship philosophy. Also increase Owen's business to the point of upsetting the local economy and driving the Artists Guild out of business. I guess so. But yeah, it makes sense that they were, like, trying to use Owen as, like, a success story. Local shipwright. He's a bit of a fool. Ask about being a tinker. Not what I wish to do with the rest of my life. Don't have the patience to be a proper tinkerer. If you ask me, I would say I've sacrificed enough. Okay. See ya. I mean, she's got a nice house. Very fancy looking. So either adventuring made her rich, or she's just a pretty successful tinkerer. Yeah, exactly. But for some reason they don't acknowledge it when it happens. For people like Julia, they only acknowledge it for Lord British. And, like, a lot of these people, like, I think at least one guy was supposedly also from Earth. I think it might have been YOLO who was from Earth. But I think all the other ones were supposed to be, like, from this universe. But for some reason, they just have barely aged at all. So, don't know about that. No, I think YOLO also mentions that he's from Earth. Or, like, one of the companions mentions something about it. If I'm not completely mistaken. Yeah, exactly. YOLO. So, I did get it right. So, we found Eleanor again. Ask about the candelabra. Fellowship commissioned it. Design incorporates our 3 tenets. U for unity, T for trust, W for worthiness. Tell Eleanor was found on the murder site. Can't imagine why it was there. So must be trying to implicate the Fellowship. She thinks for a moment. If you asked me, I'd wager that Frederica and Tanya were murdered by their own people. Of course. Sure. Oh. Someone's very quick to point at others. Huh. So, ask about those two. Yeah, they went to pause, blah blah. Job was head of the Fellowship, well, local head. Okay. No, I don't want to join the Fellowship. Yes, I'm just busy being a coward for now. We should strive to put the murders behind us. Going to be a statue. Ask about the murders again. Yeah, blaming it on them again. I think I've already asked all the other questions. Anything I haven't asked before? I guess I should just click through all of them. Classic example of the Fellowship making a vast difference in a person's life. Before, he was without confidence and ready to put aside his trade. Now he stands on the verge of being recognised as the finest at his craft in the world. Of course. So. Yeah, heard about all of that. Crown Jewel, no clue, ask Owen, who happens to be a Fellowship member, so he also won't say, I'm sure. And of course the mining company guy is also a Fellowship member, so he also won't say. Ask about the hook. Fellowship. Many Fellowship members pass through Minnock. Right. I think she said something about the mining company. Fellowship is highly regarded in Minnock. Why, even the mayor himself is a member. Brought him into the Fellowship myself. He was first new member of a local branch. Gregor, head of the Fellowship here, directs... Head of the Fellowship here. Directs the Britannian Mining Company. Many members pass through Minnock. Right. See ya. So... Right, that's the Artists Guild. It's Julia's house. This is Fighters. This one. I think that's the mayor's house. But he's not home. And this is... Oh, there's 2 floors. Okay, so there's a pickaxe, so... Might be a member of the mining company. And I see a key. Let's save. I'll just overwrite that one. Should be fine. Okay, so I'll just borrow that key. There, I'll just carry it downstairs. Locked chest. So... Wait, still locked. It didn't work. Weird. Lockpicks. No, broke. 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 And I misclicked. I'm pretty sure I tried to use the right key. Yeah. Nope, still locked. Unlocked. Okay. Ooh, what's that? Magic arrows. Fellowship medallion, 90 gold. Alright. But nothing too incriminating. I'll load that. So I wonder what that key is for. That's the Fellowship building. I mean, seems like a nice yard. This building. I mean, there is a gavel on there. Cloth and 3 coins. Okay. Not sure who lives there. Okay, we've either got part of the mine over there or something else. Yeah, that's the mayor's building. Quite clearly. So maybe the other one is the mayor's house. And yeah, that's the training hall. Is there any other building? I think we haven't found the inn yet. They mentioned there was a local inn. They've got sheep. Is this the inn? Oh. Wait, is this a library? Why are there so many books? This Old Ship by Owen of Minnock. Is this... This Old Ship? This Old Ship? So I guess this is Owen's house. And you are... local blacksmith. They didn't even mention they had one. You see a man whose long hours of difficult smouldering work have frozen his face into a rigid expression with eyes like hot coals. That doesn't sound healthy. Like, has his face been partially cooked or something? Because, ouch. Your name is Zorn. Don't think he's been mentioned. Blacksmith of Minnock. Make weapons and armor. Can I buy any of those? Buy weapons. Okay, so they've got throwing axe, dagger, mace, sword, 200 sword, 200 axe. And armor. Chain stuff, gauntlets, great helm, plate armor, plate leggings, crested helm. Okay, some of those could be an upgrade. Especially since I'm carrying a bunch of money. And I might want to exchange some of that for better armor. So, ask about Minnock. Quite a city. Money changes hands. Doesn't keep people happy. They find something to fight over. Now the murders have got everyone afraid. Okay. No one in this town ever really hated the gypsies. At least, not that I've been aware of. Who could have done such a thing? Well, Eleanor is doing a pretty good job at convincing me that, she might be the exception to that rule. So, squabble over Owen's monument. People ought to tend to their own business and let others handle their own. I'll just continue asking about the monument, just in case. He's a man who has an exceedingly high opinion of himself. Figured. Monument. Like, 40 feet tall. Didn't they say 30 feet? Yeah, the other person's at 30 feet. So, 40 feet. It has grown by 10 feet since I last asked, which is 12 meters. So that's an additional 3 meters, so that's like a 4-story building at that point. Wait, also, all of them are saying that the monument looks different. Because one person was saying, like, him standing, like, triumphantly on a ship, and the other person said, like, him, like, holding a sextant. This person says holding a roll of plans. Pigeons will have a place to sit. Why argue over something as unimportant as that? Yeah, I just think that's neat that, like, they all seem to disagree on what the monument's actually going to be like. Like, that seems, well, I guess intentional? But the game doesn't seem to acknowledge it, so guess it's just there as a joke to the player. So, let's see. That's a great helm. That's a chain thingy. These are just gauntlets. That's chain armor. He's got plate armor and a crested helm. So I guess a crested helm is better than a great helm? Is that what they're saying? So this weighs 1 stone. This one weighs 2. Okay. Okay. Buy armor. But yet, the way he lists it makes it seem like maybe the crested helm is better than the great helm. I'll check the reference card to see if it says anything. And otherwise check the game manual to see if it says anything. Okay, the reference card doesn't seem to say. And the manual. So, arms. Okay, so for shield specifically, the heavier the shield, the more protection it gives. But the heaviest type of armor is plate. So. Wait. But I guess I could buy more plate stuff if I wanted to. But then again, it probably won't make a huge difference. So, who's hungry now? Probably everyone by now. Not Spark, though. Not that guy. Not Sentry. Okay. So... yep, just... YOLO and me. There. And there. And let's save. Alright. Yeah, this is going to have to be it for today because my voice is getting tired. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but yeah. I read through a bunch of the manual at the start of the stream. We'll be continuing it next stream. But yeah, not today. Because my voice is already tired enough as it is. So, let's see who we're going to raid. Yes, we'll be continuing Daggerfall tomorrow. We've got, I believe, 2 quest lines to go in Daggerfall. Like, not as in 2 quests, but 2, like, branches of quests. One of them being with the King of Worms. I'm supposed to get him the soul of a specific lich at the moment, I think. And the other one, I'll need to kill some werewolf or something to start that one. I looked it up last time because I thought I had finished the main quest, but apparently there were just other quests that I haven't been doing to, like, get the proper ending, so... I kind of already got an ending, almost, but, like, it's not actually the end of the main quest. It is supposed to continue past that. So, even though we freed Lysandus, apparently, we do need to also get the ladder. It's really important. And even though I already know that the ladder is supposed to be in the Orcs castle, I don't think I should just go in there and take it, because I don't expect that to not break the game. So, anyway. I already know who we're going to be raiding, unless this would already be the end of that stream. So, yeah, it's already the end of that stream. Okay, so not heading over there, but apparently Fractal Mind Mike has been playing through the first Discworld game, but we just missed him. So, but I'm sure you can check out the VOD if you want to. Let's go and let's raid Kim. Not entirely sure what she's playing today, but as far as I know, she's been having a bit of a rough week, and she is now back to streaming, and, like, if I got that right. Anyway, and she's currently not, like, at her computer, so we'll just sneakily raid in there. And, yeah, that's that. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow with more Daggerfall. Bye!